protect life, often at great risk. Too often at great.
You dare speak of sacrifice to me? I gave of my flesh, my soul. My people shunned.
visitors. How exciting.
If only I could see the future.
Utterly predictable. I knew that you would come. I have what I was after, but I stayed just so that I could put an end to you once and for all. And now you fools have fallen into my trap. Let's see how you fare. So weird. I'm all night elf children learn to love. I will not be stopped. I have fought too long, suffered too much. Victory must be mine. How? You are nothing.
assist you. May the stars guide you. Be careful. How may I help you? Till next time.
We have a target for you in this area. Be vigilant.
I will meet you at the repose shortly. Travel well. There is more than one way to solve any problem.
What is history, if not a series of variables? possibilities are infinite.
Finest goods in the Isles.
trust no one.
I hope you find these to your liking. May the red
See what is new. A wise decision.
Greetings, traveler. Looking for something special? Go in peace.
Greetings. May the eternal sun shine upon thee. Hail.
a target for you in this area. Be vigilant. We have a target for you in this area. Be vigilant. The land is safer for your actions this day, but stay vigilant. Danger will surely rise again.
One day at a time. Our isolation has ended. Anratha Adore. We are only as strong as our will. Suramar must be free.
Tenubala. Stars guide you. Greetings.
He dares to send someone in his stead? That accursed wretch!
I always suspected something was amiss with you. The light work and shine.
Our jewelry is second to none. You have done everyone a great service, friend. Give Cousin Lilith my regards. You need my help?
Where did you come from? Intruder!
What are you doing?
After her!
Ah! No! Hello?
Halt!
Ah! Leave my friend alone! I know this street, maybe. Yeah. Yeah! And that's Vanthyr's house. Bye.
You need?
Mommy!
Oh, my sweet little girl. Are you hurt? Were they mean to you?
They yelled and put me in a cage. I missed you.
You're home now. Thank goodness.
The network is responding to a new beacon. Ah, hello.
The Nightwell calls to me. Greetings. A gift? For me? I will see that it is not wasted. Well done, my friend. Be careful who you trust. We are only as strong as our wound. my drawers! Thieving rats! Please, recover my belongings. My robes! Ah, I missed these. I hope they still fit. Just in case the library does not survive Elisand's insanity, I will keep an eye on these tomes. It would be best if they did not know who I was conversing with before.
Your fate is sealed. Now is the age of the Shal'Dorei!
You've done it. Guard it well until you can return to me. Aran Arcana. The Shal'Darai will be redeemed. Suramar must be free. Be careful who you trust. Anratha Adore.
Ishnu Allah. Seek harmony. I know my path.
I foresee a mutually beneficial transaction.
Greetings. Walked as I feared. The Arkandor is in peril.
We are only as strong as our will. I remember seeing something like this before, but where? Ah, the vineyards.
Tell me you're not seriously considering sending our friend on such a mission. That is suicide.
I have seen firsthand what the Arkandor's energies do for the Withered. I have faith that it is worth the risk.
We will have to see then.
Greetings. One day at a time. to me. Aran Arcana. Suramar must be free. Our isolation has ended. The Nightwell calls to me. Be careful who you trust. One day at a time. I believe we can use these withered as a weapon. But first we must teach them how to survive in battle. Bring these withered into the collapsed tunnels of Thalinar. Teach them to fight, and to search for relics that can aid our cause.
I will be waiting for you on the other side. Good luck.
Be careful, Outlander. Do your best to minimize our losses. Withered is running away. Catch him before he is lost in the tunnels. Withered is running away. Catch him before he is lost in the tunnels. Look out! These poor things have been through enough today. Oculus, send them back. Aran Arcana. Greetings.
Talasan's forces are planning to sweep the city in search of dissenters. It would be a shame if Suesh were to find her way out of the menagerie to stop them.
Time is set in sand, not stone.
Behold the wonders of Pandaria. May you find mastery.
Only the best for dragon allies.
May the eternal sun shine upon you.
Speak. You seek answers. Tell no lies.
I suppose I can hear you out.
I'll just...
Greetings. Farewell.
It's a fine day for trade. We'll be seeing you soon.
How does today find you? Farewell.
Good day.
I will honor my father's name. I've procured a palanquin for you. Try to look imperious. It helps with the illusion. Yes? The woman you are looking for is named Margot. She has shown interest in our cause.
Greetings. We will rebuild the world.
It is a great honor to look after the vineyard. We craft only the finest wines. A tour? Of course! I will show you the grounds myself. Come again soon! The courtyard you just left is open to visitors. From here forward, one of my staff must accompany you. You can purchase souvenirs and gifts from Sylverin, my assistant. Perhaps you could do that on your way out. This is our tasting pavilion. We serve only the finest varietals here. Many of them enjoyed in the palace. Feel free to try the samples we have available today. We will continue the...
This is a fine vintage. 7th generation manna fruit, entangled with slippery nightsap flavors and a delicate walnut finish. This is a heavy blend of barely ripe shadowberry and manna fruit, triple infused with nightwhirl essence. It is best appreciated in small sips.
I do hope you enjoyed yourself. The building we approach now is called the Aging Chamber. If you're at all familiar with the wine crafting process, you know that it is necessary to allow the juice to ferment. We prefer to shorten the process using time magic. Such power is our birthright. To my left, you will see one of our orchards. This one houses a species of tree that produces extra sweet fruit, which you tasted in the infusion. The buildings before you house our bottling facilities. Are you enjoying your stay? Each bottle is sealed with magic to prevent any of the Nightwell's essence from fading. A cask of Arkwine from our vineyard can be safely stored for hundreds of years.
Ahead, you will see our distribution facility. We craft only the fun. Here we arrange to send hundreds of barrels and casks of Ark wine out to the city. The Magistrix monitors these activities very... Don't hurt him! I am so sorry. Please forgive this mistake. I will personally ensure it does not happen again. Where were we? Across this bridge is the most crucial part of our winemaking process. It is here that we instill our wine with Nightwell essence, which gives it the restorative properties our people enjoy. And this is where I leave you. I must prepare the next activity. I will meet you at the next station. My assistant, Silverin, will be happy to show you how the infusion process works.
Welcome. It was my pleasure. Farewell.
Nightwell nourish us.
Relax. Have a beverage. It was my pleasure.
It is a great honor to look after the vineyard. Take your place near the table. Once we begin, it is important that we keep up the pace. These delicate ingredients spoil quickly. I think a sour note is in order. Add a shade. Well done. Now let me see. The juices need a little massaging. Step into the vat and jump to squish the mixture around. Ah! It needs something floral to add a little brightness. You, my friend, are a natural. The blend needs something more, though. Let me think. Let us add a little moisture. Just enough to keep the taps flowing. Exactly what it needed. But there is still something missing. I think a sour note is in order. Add a shade fruit. Exactly what it needed. But there is still something missing. Let us add a little moisture. Just enough to keep the taps flowing. You, my friend, are a natural. The blend needs something more, though. Let me think. Excellent! You did very well. Are you certain you have never made wine before? I will have this bottled immediately.
Lucky goose and ropes.
You need only alert me to your needs. Relax. Have a beverage. Farewell.
Seize her! Silence!
By order of the Grand Magistrates, you are hereby charged with sedition. You undermine my authority and must pay the price.
I did what I thought was...
I will hear no more. The sentence is death. Proceed. Bring the vineyards to heel. I will tolerate no more insubordination.
Welcome. Farewell. Oh no.
Targeting your location. I have enabled a teleporter for you. You haven't a lot of time. Locate the pad and get out of there.
Our isolation has ended. The Shal'Dorei will be redeemed. Greetings. Anratha Adore. The Nightwell calls to me. We are only as strong as our will.
Come, shop, browse.
One day at a time. Anratha Ador. Aran Arcana. Be careful who you trust.
I have just the thing.
Our isolation has ended.
Couriers deliver sensitive orders and information to lieutenants throughout the city. Intercept them and collect the correspondence they carry. Greetings. The Waning Crescent never closes.
Menagerie's that way. State your business. Don't linger. You'll regret it. Are you Move along. Menagerie's that way. Watch your back. State your business. Don't linger. Are you lost? Watch your back. Move along. Menagerie's that way. Don't linger. You'll regret it.
Elisand's forces are planning to sweep the city in search of dissenters. It would be a shame if Suesh were to find her way out of the menagerie to stop them.
defeated.
An illusion. What are you hiding?
Shooter! 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 Stop it! Spare no expense! Shooter!
Pressure is off, and Suesh is well fed. We live another day. Couriers deliver sensitive orders and information to lieutenants throughout the city. Intercept them and collect the correspondence they carry.
Move along. You'll find Lauren in the square. Salessa frequents the canals.
Intruder! Face my blade! She sealed her fate, as you have sealed yours! You cannot defy me! Ellison will have your heads for this! Traitors!
My doors are always open. How can I help?
Our isolation has ended. Suramar must be free. The Shal'Dorei will be redeemed.
Couriers deliver sensitive orders and information to lieutenants throughout the city. Intercept them and collect the correspondence they carry.
is a reason we live on the opposite side of the city, my friend.
Of course, I agree that this whole business is distasteful. Even still, the sort of influence you would have.
I could change much for our people. Yes. Good day. The people will rise. Glory to the Shal'Darai.
State your business. Watch your back.
I shall dispose of you, lowborn!
Are you lost?
Is that what she's up to? Brave girl. I'd be delighted to help, but...
Watch your back.
Asturas Denil.
Long have I awaited noble champions to enter my realm. Behold, the halls of valor. This place will test your mettle. And if you are found worthy, the Aegis of Agramar will be yours. Deserving will perish. Quick riders, I call upon your aid. I will bleed the weakness from your belly. Forward! Before you lies your next trial. Defeat both Persia and Fenrir, and you will have proven your worth to me.
this most sacred of rites. She shall ascend as one of my chosen Valkyr, and her name shall echo in these gilded halls for all eternity.
I am not nervous, only excited. All my life has led to this one glorious moment.
Spoken like a true Valkyr. Mortal intruders approach.
I witness their deeds in Stormvale. Their kind has no true honor, no true virtue.
I will purge them from these sacred halls myself.
The ritual is not yet complete.
You sully this ritual with your presence, mortal. You will Urza! The fury of the storm is yours to command! The light shines eternal in you, Urza!
I will not fail you, Aegir! Be gone from these hallowed halls!
Well, there we go. The mic just wasn't working that whole time. That's awkward. For like 3 hours I'm talking to myself. Actually, I don't know if it cut out in the middle of that. Pull them to the side. Pull them. They just need to be on one side, because you don't want her casting both. Orbit. Alright. Was wondering where you were. Yeah, no worries. Honestly, I'm glad I noticed by looking to the left. Honestly, I was really just kind of talking about the game as I played it, but I did tie it into a narrative point in real life, but I have it written down in front of me, so that's kind of convenient. It's not like I really talked about anything that I forgot, and it was like, oh no. This is the one time where being muted literally doesn't matter because I have the points written down in front of me. Yeah, how you guys doing? What I should say is what happened. My mic mixing on OBS, this right here, just wasn't registering. I had to go into properties filters and like change the mic just now from default to what it is by default, which is my mic. That was weird. OBS was just fucked. Good, left work early. Nice, bro, nice. Hope all is well wherever you're working at. I also hope the job search goes well, and you know what? Fuck it. If your job search ain't going well, let's Team Cherry this shit. We'll make a video game. I'll program it, and we could design it. You already know I made 3 video games, beginning, middle, end. One of them has multiple endings. Already by myself, 3D animation, all of it, bro. We can do the whole thing. We can make World of Warcraft. Go for government. It sucks. Yeah. You know, that's exactly why I say don't generalize the government, right? Because I'm like, I got friends. You're not even my only friend that works in the government. But well, I guess you guys don't know. I'm working on one. Yo, bro, that's fucking awesome, actually. I'm hyped to hear when people are pursuing creative endeavors. That's kind of what I was talking about this whole stream for the last 3 hours. I said, fuck it, we bought. I'm trying to work on one. It's good to learn, even if you don't like the first game. I realized it's easier if I call it a prototype, because I might not even finish the thing that I'm after with like creep, like scope creep and all this shit. So it's better to, you know, just say, hey, I'm just building something for fun. It's kind of like a game, but it's not going to be done because I'm just one man, right? Even though now I'm actually like circling back to that 2 years later because it's the only project that works after I updated to Windows 11, but that's a whole other story. Alpha version 00001. Yeah, exactly. You understand? Yes, that's what I do. It doesn't suck that I work for the government. It sucks that the EPA is getting fired by Trump. Exactly. Exactly. And that's kind of... And again, I have like friends who work in like the higher up sciences who are the ones that are under attack in terms of their jobs, just being taken away by that administration's decisions and stuff like that, which sucks. The going against science hurts jobs and shit as well. So people can criticize Trump on that as well. That the going against science and fucking with people just because it hurts your feelings, right? Facts don't care about your feelings is their big motto. Like, come on, bro. Anyway, not to get political, back to the game because I circled back around beautifully earlier. And now I'm at the end, but it's the beginning again. And I now is alpha, now is beta of what I've said all stream. I get to actually say it with a clear mind and having said it before. I'm going to stand on everything I said, though. The game is great. The current patch is amazing. Blizzard should focus on whoever the fuck made this patch. They need a promotion. Even if it was Ian. They were shitting on Ian Hazukosis in chat earlier. Fuck that. Even if it was him. If it was... I don't know the inner workings and machinations of Blizzard. If it is really good, and he's actually a good designer, but it was limited by corporate greed and decisions, and he's the one that led this event now, and it's fucking awesome, then yeah, dude. I'm down with that shit. I don't care, right? I'll eat my words and say I was wrong about Ian, and it sucks that corporate greed made it his fucking reputation messed up like that, right? I'm sure there's a thing this to compare to selling out, but like here we are in the good timeline, right? I'm sure that's topical with this event. But here, let's take it back to the top. Because this is actually really relevant to game design and creating games. I was going to say, with creating video games, I've learned that you can break them down into a certain category, right? Like a certain way that the games, just how you make them, right? There's the graphics, right? The design of the UI. There's the design of, like the 3D models if you're doing 3D models, the character images if you're doing portraits for like a journal game. There's a bunch of different kinds of graphics and ways to illustrate. Even if it's just text-based, the font is fucking important. Like Elden Ring credits the font at the end of the credits because they know that that's 90% of what people are experiencing. So it's actually kind of crazy the way that the games actually break down when you start working on them, right? I'm sure you even know that. You're like, what the fuck? I need fonts now? When the fuck did I need to worry about copyrights of fonts in my life, right? Now you're like looking at free fonts on Google. Like, what the fuck? What is my life? I'm sure every game designer has been there. I'm looking up free fonts. I didn't even know this was part of game design. It's like, yeah, that's game design. You're looking up free fonts. Or like how to make a free 3D model, or like but the best free engine to use, or shit like that, right? Alternatives to learn the things that you want to actually try out. So there's ways to do and design things in these engines and design different stories with those graphics, right? So the story was the next. You have graphics, you have story, you have sound design, which is more complicated than people think. Credit to musicians, but it gets way more complicated than that. And then you have gameplay and systems and coding, right? That is all one thing, right? The systems that you code are the gameplay experiences that the players go through. I think he's got like an add-on or something. That was like instant. Anyway. So the sound design is like the music as well as the effects, right? The sound effects, like the getting slashed, the hitting of your armor, the walking of chainmail, footsteps on snow, right? Like all of these different things. And then there are like special sound effects, right? Where it's like you're in a cave, right? Like that's why I try to differentiate sounds from songs, right? There are songs in the game, and then there are sounds, like ambient sound. And then there are effects on those things. Like, are you in a cave, or is it moving by really fast, right? Like, there's way more to it than, like, you even realize. Wow, this new expansion, of course, the music is great, the sound effects are great, I love the particle effects. They fucking kill it in every regard to that shit. People don't even realize what it takes to get that, to make a fucking game. I know that's insane. So it's good talking to you who wants to make a game where I'm like, bro, all the people who talk shit, it's like, why are you hating from outside the club? Like, they want to make a game like WoW. They want to design, they want to contribute, but they're not game designers. And they're just like, this system sucks in experience, but I don't know what I would change about it, right? Just saying it sucks isn't a valid criticism, right? It needs to be a constructive, valid criticism. It's like, well, yeah, if it's bad, we all know it's bad. Why is it bad, right? My favorite thing about your stream is that even though it is a stream, it's also like a combo. That's why it's a live stream. I love that shit. And yeah, sometimes you're totally right though with the alpha thing. I love referring to it, but it is like a combo, and I love that. Yeah, that's the only thing I know about is make game hard. Yeah, my brain hurt. Sometimes I'm sitting, I'm like, oh my god, my face, I literally feel my fucking head swelling. My head hurts. Because I'm sitting here just trying to solve goddamn coding equations for hours upon hours and thinking of ways to resolve a system error and then trying it out and then finding out that I'm a fucking idiot and the system is still broken and that wasn't the solution, and I'm like, god damn it. Gets disheartened, stops for a day, does something else. Oh shit, I fucked up. My bad. Hold on, I have B-res. That was gonna be my excuse.
Most impressive. I never thought I would meet anyone who could match the Valajar.
I saw my health is fine and I was like, well, they're fine.
There is one final.
Okay, we're counting down right now. We have like 4 minutes to actually beat this boss. Yeah, I am pretty shit, but it's fun. But it is fun to say I did a thing. My thing might be falling apart, but I did it. Exactly how I feel about my game. I'm like, my game is just shitty Portal and Half-Life. Like, it's like Portal without the portals and Half-Life, but not near. It's like one room of Half-Life. So, yes, the imposter syndrome can set in. I feel that too. Even though I've made games and people have paid me for that exact game, right? It feels good. Technically, I'm a game designer now, right? And I know if I make a game to the fullest like extent of my ability, it'd probably be a good game because the changes that they incorporated here. Oh, fuck! Am I crazy? Was that just like a bigger bubble than usual? Anyway. It feels good. And it feels good to watch the people who I studied say the same thing, though. Be like, oh, what the fuck, you feel that same way? I don't need to turn into a fucking Valajar. I got Orb, dude. My magic is my own. I don't need the favor of the Titans anymore. I got Orb. Good job, team. Sorry I slowed you down. Deathgate that shit. GG's. At least they're saying GG. At least no one's actually salty. You just gotta own up to your mistake right away. Be like, I fucked that up. That's my bad, guys. I clicked it way late, and also the first time I was like, I'm alive. That's the craziest shit. I was like, well, I'm gonna survive this, so I don't give a fuck. Very selfish. I thought the healer would be able to heal through it. Fuck me. Right? That's my bad, I guess. His fucking role is healer. He couldn't heal as good as the tank. It's not my fault. Heal yourself, dog. But anyway. I was talking about, while the servers are restarting and going down, I'll at least mention, I would hyper point all of the things I went over. So like the armor and stuff that they adjusted, right? The graphics, the thing that I was going over. They changed this. I was gonna say make it more. I caught myself because I said that before when I was muted, but now I know a better way to say it. See. there is a valid complaint that, of course, Classic, we're all gonna, it's over. GG's. Server's dead. We killed it. Anyway, that people want it more like Classic because Classic took off and a lot of people played it for the long term and it actually was successful. But as someone who actually enjoyed modern retail WoW, not as much as Classic, but enjoyed it, I can say it wasn't too far off, and there are only some minor changes that they can adjust back, right? That would not just make it more like WoW, but they can make it better than Classic WoW, right? And I know that's crazy to say, but now having played Classic WoW on hardcore, right, and a bunch of hours in Classic WoW, and being like, oh my god, I don't want to go back to that, like walking around without anything to do, right? What you need to do is give them like a zone to explore on the way to the dungeon, right? Make the zone dungeons they kind of already did that and are doing that with the delves. Some of the dungeons are the zones now. It's like an outdoor zone. The servers are dead. We killed them. Anyway, let's go over the bullet points here. So, the reason I'm even talking about that is the style of quest and gameplay also changed in Warlords of Draenor. It originally changed in Cataclysm, and everyone didn't like Cataclysm's changes. And this is my pleading for the middle ground that I think this is what people actually want, as someone who has played both and enjoys both and wants these things from the game, right? So, graphics. Let's see if I can pull up my character. Alright, nope. Characters are gone too. So, Retribute. What the fuck is it called? I'm gonna pull up a set real quick as an example. Stop me if you've heard this one. Judge. So they remade the Judgment set, right? Look how goddamn good that looks, right? This is the classic, and then this is the new one. Fuck yes. Fuck me up with that. Get that shit all over the game. Do this everywhere. This for everything. All of the armors, all of the classic armors, do this. And then make a toggle that lets you switch back and forth. I die of happiness. Okay? Make a bunch of fucking recolors for them. Oh. Yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Banana bread, dude. But no, actually, yeah. No, fuck yeah. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking with me right now? Is this a joke? Look at this. Fucking 2D ass layering of the texture. And then look at this beautiful, like, what the fuck are we even talking about here, people? Of course the remake's better. Shut the fuck, if you prefer this, put your goddamn glasses on, old man. You probably just need a better fucking computer that can play this. That's my criticism. But I do like this. It's not that this is bad, it's that I want to see this, all of this, brought up to this quality. That's my criticism. It's that, yes, this, and this, do this, right? Not only this or that. It's like, we love this, now give me more of it, right? We have a higher fidelity art team that's better at doing that kind of shit. Now take the armors that existed and remake them casually, right? In abundance. And then just scatter them as world quests throughout the world where we got them before, right? And then you can get the old appearances and the new appearances in tandem. You can kind of laugh at them switching back and forth, because you know people do. I call this PlayStation 2 graphics. As much as I love these fucking armor sets, you would have to be out of your mind to say that this doesn't look better. I know people might prefer this, but goddamn. You can't tell me that this literally has more, like, detail than this one. Like, this one has less detail than this. It's just a fucking fact. With the 3D additions and all the lighting effects and everything, this is way cooler, in my opinion. But that's what I'm saying, is that there should be a toggle to let you go back to this if you like it, and that's why remaking the old stuff lets you have that toggle instead of making new things that don't have an old armor set comparison and you can't toggle back and forth between them. You kill two birds with one stone. Instead of making everybody happy and then making nobody happy, you make one person happy at a time, and then you adjust it to go back to, okay, if you were happy back then, you can go back to that. That's what the whole classic option was for originally, right? If you were a classic gamer, if you played classic WoW, it was to go back to this because you didn't like this. So it's like, it's not that people unanimously love this, people do prefer this. So again, going back to the old armors and remaking them allows both to be enjoyed. You can see the old armors next to the new armors, people using the old armors in spite of the new armors, literally, just to walk around with them, mixing and matching because they're the same color palette, for fuck's sake. Why is everything such a washed out goddamn color nowadays? The really bright color, right, with the dark color is pretty cool. I say just go ham and use a bunch of different styles. That's one of the cool things, is it's a World of Warcraft, so if you have a mixture of styles, right, that are more drastic from each other, you can have a wider range and variety, right? You don't have to dole out your colors. You can have dull colors represent something else. So that is my critique on the graphics, right? They changed the stylization to this, which I like, in Warlords of Draenor. And then they've been slowly continuing that as a counter argument to the Cataclysm revamp. But I say mix it, right? Take all of the things that people like and make that the fixing of the game. You'll kill two birds with one stone, right? You'll be doing two things at once, doubles efficiency, and because you're doing it one patch at a time, right? Like how other MMOs that are super successful, like Old School RuneScape and all these other ones, do it. Like these smaller indie titles, because they can only afford to do it like that, right? They can't do larger expansions. You do it, you set the tone with the expansion, right? Like you usually do. And then these content updates could be like a Firelands, right? Can be like a Twilight Highlands, can be the Sunwell, can be all of the events that we love. The fucking, what is it? The opening of Encourage. Like, you don't have to do those exactly, but you could do new events related to them, things individually, and mix it like the Remembrance Quest. Now I'm gonna ramble, but that's the story. Now to take gameplay into the story, this is where it becomes the narrative of it, narrating what's happening in the game and not putting it out into a book. And then you can vice versa do the opposite, right? Where you tell the story in a book after it's been told in the game, which is the opposite of it. You've been kind of trying to catch up the game to these books that no one has read if they've only played the games. The opposite should be true, right? It's like they have the whole thing backwards because they thought that's how they would make money, and then they went under. But people have been telling you expressly what they want. That's why the loyal fans have stayed, right? So Classic WoW was kind of the showcasing. And then the asking for Classic Plus, I think that is how you do Classic Plus, right? Because then you're doing three things at once. Remaking old stuff into the new game, right? With like the newer graphics. You can get new players to try out Classic WoW. If you just swap the graphics, you have a toggle back and forth, right? You can do new graphics or old classic graphics, legacy graphics, whatever you want to call it, so that you have people who don't like the graphics like this, right? They like the new graphics. They can go try out Classic WoW because everything's already remade and they could swap back and forth and try the whole game, right? Like a revamp slowly over time. And then when the whole game looks like that, you can go and add little sections into Classic and Retail, right? Just at the same time, two birds with one stone. Again, that this is what people have been asking for in Classic, so we know to do it in Retail, right? In terms of story. And you can make it like different narrative things that are happening, different gameplay mechanics, because one is in Classic WoW and one is more Retail. And then the craziest thing, you could maybe even one day close the classic servers because retail will be more like classic. I don't think that'll ever happen, but because it's such a big moneymaker. And now they have like an incentive to make the two things different, but you could make retail more like classic, and then the things that are different from it are the quality of life changes that classic players don't want, and it's like a difficulty choice at that point. It's like you could go play classic and hardcore mode where it's, you know, you gotta walk everywhere and the graphics are old school. Or you can play retail where it's similar, but the world has changed over time. So much has changed. All of the expansion content and assets are reused, repurposed to make the world evergreen, and that way you don't have to revamp the whole world. You just flip the switch of scaling, right? Let's see if we could draw it out. Drawing it out typically helps me, so let's game design here while the servers are restarting real quick. So let's just, as a base reference, how does it work right now with the new remix, right? So we'll put remix, right? Game design now. We're going to talk game design. And this is the bright haven that is what could be, right? So anyway, how does remix work? So they want you to level all classes, right? Because there's a leveling event. So you got all of your classes. I think there's like 12. Here. Leveling. You got your leveling, right? So it's a leveling event. And it's using the old world with Legion specifically. Right? So you're using old world content. Right? We'll draw a little arrow. So you're leveling through the old world, and you have limited access to endgame with the farming of cosmetics and raid, right? And heroics and mythic. I don't know if you can do mythic, but I know you can do heroics and lockouts while leveling. So lockout, which they also made go faster, which I love, but we don't even have to get into that, right? You got your end game, you got your old world, and you got your leveling content. That's kind of expressly what I've said needs to happen, right? That is all that needs to go down in the new expansions. You take the old world stuff, right? Like Kalimdor and the Eastern Kingdoms, and all of the zones that we haven't been to in God knows how fucking long. And you just start doing like how you have a pre-patch event, like just new campaign per zone, right? It might even not need to be a campaign, but new campaign or world quests. To make it easier on Blizzard. This is it. This is how you do it. I actually shouldn't have erased new campaign, but this is what should happen. They use the old world and just world quests, right, to start in a couple of zones, right? Zone A, B, C. Gonna let dogs out, BRB, no problem. This is when we get deep into game design. You go to your zones, A, B, C, it doesn't matter which zones, you can only do like 2 or 1. Right, if you want to add a couple of world quests. A lot of zones are kind of interconnected though, so it would be cooler and make the world feel more holistic, right? Everything blends together. If you work on like a factions, right, at a time world quests. That's why I was saying it should be tied to the faction, because that mechanic already exists with the world quest. But if you design it with the faction in mind, around the old world, right? So you got your factions, but the new factions, so these are new. These are the new ones, like the Earthen and all these new factions, the Drakthir, all of the dragons, right? All that shit. You make them have world quests, but in the old world. Okay? that is how it works now with this event, except the event is the story. That's the only difference. The leveling is the old world. That's the only difference right now. My critique that says that you'll make it evergreen content, right, is separate that. Make it more modular. Make it even more modular. The leveling experience, right, where people move to, all of the XP bonuses and the drop rates and where people should be forced to with the scaling and all of the zones are where the world quests are, right? You can just guide them like, oh, all of Eastern Kingdoms has world quests now for the Earthen and the Void Elves, right? Because the Quel'Thalas or whatever is retaken. So you're discovering Titan secrets and you're helping the elves, right? Reaffirming things that don't really get tied together much. It's like, oh yeah, the elves were part of the Eastern Kingdom's lore. What the fuck? Even though they're now just in the way north of the map, it's like the whole story actually did revolve around them being everywhere on this place at some point. So it's like you can kind of tie their story to exploring or just rediscovering places they've lost connections to. Easy. And then you reuse the old world, right? So that's a check. With the world quests and the factions that you've introduced, right? So you focus on lore that people give a fuck about. You don't have to worry about creating a new faction every time and exploring a new corner of the world with this as well. Even if you only do this partially, you don't have to create new stuff. You could just explore and adapt and incorporate, like mix things together, right? Like a mechanome starts making robotic limbs for people, and every race gets a like prosthetic customization option of like robotic arms and legs and shit, right? Of varying quality. Like one little thing like that that's just faction oriented, and you can you can reintroduce it and customize every character in the fucking game by just introducing like one thing, right? From the old world into what's currently happening. And that's just Mechagon, right? Oh, there's some quests in Mechagon they just added, right? And you can guide people there with how the world quest system works, because it takes you from the map. It's really good at guiding you where to go, right? From the top-down map, right when you open the map, it just tells you what you need to do. And then you can get highlighting to the point of like, oh, well, these are the important things. If you just make key world quests in these zones that are important things changing, and then you just you have a bunch of them, and you trigger them slowly over time throughout the expansion, you're kind of time gating content, but it's like a shadow time gate, right? It unlocks as the story progresses. It's not really time gated like a point system of like, oh, well, we've scored enough points, but we're waiting for something to unlock. It's still kind of going to feel like that, I'm sure. But you have daily quests that are popping up that you're like, oh, now it's taking me to Mechagon. Oh, and some of the Mechagon quests are taking me to fucking Dun Morogh and Silithus, right? It's like that faction needs to explore the war the Warcraft world. So, and then some of them could be like in war mode, you can have PvP faction related quests, right? Like a PvP war mode quest thing that comes up exclusively. Like you have your 3 factions for dailies, and then when you go into war mode, you get a faction exclusive. If you're Alliance, or if you join Alliance or Horde or whatever, you get your Alliance or Horde faction badge. Let's try this real quick. There's so much that you can introduce by going back into the old world, and then it goes into endgame, right? It goes back into the end. I don't know if the servers are back online yet. This is a new notification, but if they're not, I'll finish my diagram. If they are, I'll still finish it, but then we'll get into the content. We beat the dungeon. Actually, I was going to call it. So we'll finish the diagram and then GG's out. And we'll end it on endgame, right? It seems perfect. what is it with the end game, right? That I feel like they have backwards. Let me just draw the triangle graph of why they have it backwards. So I'm going to draw a circle here, a circle here, and a circle here, right? So the end game doesn't scale. We'll just write scale, right? It gets dropped off. So your raids and your mythic pluses, your scaling problem, you got a scaling problem. So why is it not scaling? It's like a weird arbitrary choice to make the new expansion not sell, right? But look at all this new content. The new expansion should be this and a raid, right? What you already do, like 1 or 2 raids. Like all of these world quests are building to like a tier or 2, right? With class, all of the class quests, right? Introduce class quests again to bring us our fucking talents. Then you can also have the order halls reused, more reuse. This is what I was saying with order halls, class quests, and all this to tie into a raid, which folds back into endgame farming of cosmetics and old world content being used, right? Because the class quests and order halls were good for exploring the old world, right? That's what people know them for, so it's easier to use all the portals that already exist instead of making new portal locations, having to add on to the portal room. Just fold space and time a couple of times. Make people use a portal or 2, and then they're good. Not like 9 portals, but like 2 or 3 portals is fine. So, now the raids scale. We start working backwards. Now the raids scale, and you unlock raids from this world quest stuff, right? The whole thing we just described. All the world quests you do, all of the leveling, the new time walking event. No, I don't want to do this. I want to keep them. Now you unlock the raids or attunements, right? Maybe that would be it. There's 2 raids. One of them is an attunement raid, and one of them is a normal raid anyone can get into. And then it'll feel like an exclusive club, right? We'll put a little star here. There's the raid that you get from just getting and buying the expansion that anyone can do, that you'll level up to and through and gear from. And then there's one you get from doing the class hall that has you explore the old world. So you're forcing players to go through the lore, but not in a shitty way, right? It's just a power gaining way that's story narrative driven. It is your class, the thing you chose to be, right? And the raid, the next raid, like the end game progression raid, like the Argus or whatever the fuck, the Tomb of Sargeras is, can be attunement raids where now you want into raids, you have to do your class quest, right? You can't just raid log, you have to play the fucking game. And then you are now keeping people online for all of this. Now the diagram gets all crazy, but the scaling could be infinite because people just want to play the new raids because that's what everyone is currently unlocking and playing. It's not that people aren't playing the old raids. It's not people can't play the old raids. It's that they want to play the new ones because of the cosmetics. They're old cosmetics remade, new zones remade, like with Mythic. Old content that people finally wanted explored, old threads finally tied back together and closed. The loop begins to close. The long circle finally draws to an end, as an old friend of mine once said. Alright. And then, of course, you could keep your fucking weekly lockouts, but I like the daily lockouts. That's pretty sick. And then it doesn't have to be Legion. You can replace anything because you made it modular. I say recolors is the way. More armor recolors, and we're set. Look at this. Look at this shit. Okay. My stream did crash for a minute. I watched it as it hit 0 and then came back up. So that does suck. That does happen. But I'm glad I got to explain all of that. Oh wait, there's one more thing. It kind of ties to Endgame. It's like how Warlords of Draenor changed. I call it the silver lining of map. They like gilded the map. Now there's rares everywhere. There's treasure boxes everywhere on the minimap. They tell you where everything is. I say they kind of did it in the remix. Some of the treasure chests just remove the minimap icon. Some of them just remove the minimap icon. And if you want it to be like a cool event, make it like a big glowing particle effect that people aren't gonna miss. They'll be like, what the fuck is that moving shit over there? And then, right, because that'll help with like colorblind people, people who have the sound off, right, deaf people, stuff like that. You have different ways to communicate. That is my game design note as well for all that. I am going to level another character through the Legion remix. I think I'm gonna we'll make it on stream. I want to see if these people can use the Night Elf thing that I unlocked. So I'm gonna make a Void Elf, but it also is only girls because it's a dress. I don't have any girl Void Elf characters. So we're gonna make one to check. What the fuck should I make though? Maybe we make a mage. Dianara. Random. The random names are getting out of hand because there's just so many people. I'm convinced that they've added my syllables to the random name generator, and if I try hard enough, I could get Trapper. These names are crazy. Zainalin. Tinthidrel. I want a name that I can pronounce. Fuck it, we're going with my old one. Literally, I couldn't. I just. Oh yeah, they added like actual. You can make your character a high elf now, on the Alliance side. That's crazy. They added so much shit. Okay, so what am I gonna be wearing? These purple and white dresses. So, Ligma. Okay, sir. Yeah, this is actually taken. My old name is taken. Somebody literally swooped my old name from me. What class should I play, Chips? What class should I play? Anything but Death Knight, because I just leveled like 5 fucking Death Knights, but other than that, there's no wrong answer. I have like every class at 70 to 80, so. Monk. They get like a crouching tiger, hidden dragon, lion, dragon kind of mount. Warlock summons demons. Priest, be healing. They updated Priest so that Shadow Priest is more void. Rogue is just like you can either be a shadowy assassin. What is Monk about? The tanks are brewmasters. They like drink beer. The healers are mistweavers. I normally go priest. I should go priest for the Xal'atath story. The whole story right now for like the War Within and everything is based off the Legion Shadow Priest weapon. Like I was saying, they updated it to be more void. That's the reason. It's like tied to the main villain now, and you literally they introduce her in the priest. I'll do priest. I'll be healer. The world needs more healers. You know, fuck it. Let's be a priestess. Taloness. That sounds like a priestess name. Faces. Let's hit complete random. Nope, that's not random. Ready? We'll give it 3 randoms. 1, 2, 3. Third random. I actually like the base. Wow. They give you so many goddamn race options. I kind of like the purple skin. Gotta design waifu. This, I don't know if we're going for waifu. Again, most of my characters are the same guy. Travern, Death Knight, Travern, Death Knight, but for the event. You're in a different, like, universe. I can't interact with the other characters. I have my warrior, who's supposed to be fire guy. Paladin, holy, but it's all, like, the same dude. He's a spellblade, and each one is a different version of his spellblade. You got mage, fire, Valdrin, warlock, hunter, druid. I don't really play. Monk is pretty fun, like you said before, but again, they're all like the same dude. I don't really design wife, like you said. I with the waifu thing, I don't really design waifus. I know I have a girl somewhere. Did I pass her? There we go. But she's on Sargeras. This was back on my PvP realm, not the RP realm. All of the girl characters. Actually, no, this one's on Moonguard. I wanted to see what the robes looked like. This was the original character that I transferred from Sargeras to Moonguard when my friends asked me. I always design waifus. I'm a simp. I mean, I think I had a couple characters that were like, I mean, I'd like this Paladin girl. But she's on Sargeras. This wasn't an RP thing. This was, I didn't like how the armors looked on guy characters. As you can see, she's not like wearing a bikini. She's wearing like my normal leveling armor. If you go back to like my like classic WoW leveling experience, I'm wearing this as a guy too. So it's not like the waifu thing, but there's something about girl characters in WoW that, you see my bank alt is a girl character. There are some of their armors just are better. It's just a fact. So let's make a character. Yes, Time Walker. Okay. It has to be a girl character. See, this is the thing. I know that it works on elves because she's an elf, but I saw someone use clickbait of the elf armor on a blood elf, so I want to see if it works on a void elf. I haven't seen anyone use that yet, so. You said priest and monk. I don't really have priest. In the new like housing too, they're gonna let you use like your alts as like people that apparently like hang out maybe. So I need to have characters that aren't the same character, which is funny. 1, 2, 3. I don't like the purple with the red. I like the other dark one better. 1, 2, 3. Okay. That's pretty good, actually. Glorious. Glabrous. Glabrous? Just to put, you can't go wrong with the ponytail and custom character. Especially in like a game with heavy armor. Eye color. Blue. High elf. I guess if it's a high elf, she gotta be tan. The tannest you can go. Right? Before you start getting harassment whispers because people are stupid and toxic. I will say, I actually want to commend the RP community. It's not normally the RP people who would whisper about like the elf's skin tone. It's like a random person who doesn't RP that sees you that would just hate message you. It's actually sad. You can't just make a fucking character with random looks. Runes. We'll go with freckle face over here. I know the armor is going to make her look very hostile, so I'm like trying to make her look not as angry face. So let's do it. All right. Ears short. We go with the long ears because we're elf. Tentacles. That's a tentacle? Can I change that later? Oh, I should have made it on the other server. I forgot that the time running characters are not on a unique server. They like are and aren't. I can't interact with anyone on Moonguard. It's as if I'm on my own server, but I am on Moonguard. And when it's over, I go back to Moonguard. Weird. Unspent talent point. Can I pick Shadow? Okay, that's what it's defaulting me. Psychic Scream. Does the armor exist? No. It does not. Oh, it does! What the fuck? That's crazy. They like used it in the thumbnail, but never actually showed it. I didn't know if it was real. Options, action bars. The always show action bars kind of shit, but whatever.
What is history, if not a series of
Skip this chapter. The fact that
observe all that surrounds you.
okay, I want to skip, but we won't, because I don't know if I even did this on stream. Let's just do the event. Fuck it. Just a shock priest to my boy. Was gonna end, but we'll go until stream actually crashes. Where the fuck? Okay, there it is.
So much knowledge.
Time Crisis. That's a lot to take in, but you can count on me. So the story, this isn't how normal Legion takes place. You are supposed to get a summon that Dalaran's under attack, but that girl that I'm talking to, the elf that I was talking to, is part of the corrupted time dragons. They're not just time dragons, but they're evil time dragons. The infinite dragonflight. So they're saying the infinite dragonflight is like, you fell through a wormhole and now you're in an alternate timeline where shit's a little different in this Legion invasion. That's why it's remix. And they how do you even phrase it? They're moving time around. So all of the time gates that existed in Legion, where like you would get to the resource table with your companions and it's like you gotta wait a day. They got the new story in this game, like what's happening right now, is that the infinite dragonflight is like checking this timeline out and fast forwarding through the time gates. So it's not just that they removed the time gates. It is built into the story that this is a different timeline and how things could have gone. That's why I feel it's as if the developers are literally saying, this is what would have happened in a different time. Like, this is what we would have done, right? So it's like there's no time gates, you have infinite power, and the game is actually fun. Which is fucked up to say, because I liked Legion, but I gotta be honest, this is so much more fun. Like, Legion was a good expansion, but the farming of artifact power slowing it down sucked. And I understand that the people at the top had to excuse it, so of course they're going to get blame. But if it was people above them they couldn't go against or out, that are now out, that they can say, okay, fuck that design philosophy, let's make something new now. It's like, I don't want to take it out on the people that were blamed for the shitty idea when they wanted to make a good idea, so I will give some credit to the game designers. And we're starting now, before we transmog. Yeah, that's a lot to take in with the whole timeline thing, right? Your memory loss is certainly unexpected. Help Khadgar while I try to figure out what happened. So that's a dragonflight, right?
Observe all that surrounds you.
Here in Dor, stand firm. We must hold the line against the Legion.
Keep your guard.
Purge demons from Dalaran. I hope I can.
Are taking refuge in their homes, and the Council has
So because I have the event done on another character, I have my infinite knowledge at 11, so I'm getting more experience and like artifact power. So it's actually better to go through it again. That's a good thing. Where do you do dot and then drain? Okay. And then what you dot and drain. Is that it? They have a button that tells you your rotation. I don't even need to ask anymore, which is kind of sick. Okay, so shadow form. Vampiric touch. Cast the debuff. Cast your 3-minute fucking cooldown. Vampiric touch. Mind blast. Okay. So mind blast. Yeah. Boom. Boom. What is this? We'll put that there. Shadow word. So this is an execute. That's normally Shift R for me. Shift Q. E4. There's that. That's kind of my basic layout for my inputs. Alright, let's check the transmog, huh? This is what I actually came here for. Actually, that sounds crazy with what the transmog actually ends up being. That's crazy that you actually can dress. You actually can. That is the new cosmetic you get for completing Suramar. That's crazy. You know, I don't know the combat well enough, so I'm just gonna spam F. Shift F maybe might be the play. Where's the other thing? Here's that. Shadow form 1. Okay. Let me just try the... So you hit this. Boom. Boom. What does that last thing do? You get like a half second on the charge. Okay. Definitely easier to just spam the fucking... Huh. Okay, that's what that does. So wait, why didn't it tell me to use the, like, execute?
These demons will not take Dalaran. Meet me in the Chamber of the Guardian.
I'm headed to take a doggos for a walk. No problem. I actually am enjoying Shadow Priest. Didn't expect to be able to do damage. What does your schedule look like? You know, I know the algorithm doesn't like it when you stream daily, and I know why now, so I'm gonna try and stream every other day. Because it doesn't mark your stream as uploaded when you start, it marks it as when you ended. So if I stream for hours, I would the next day have to wait that many hours and start when I ended my last stream and to stream daily for the algorithm to push things. So it would continuously push an hour in and screw things up. But if I wait a day, then the algorithm is happy. It recommends things and stuff. So I'm just gonna try and play every other, or I'm gonna stream every other day. But I've just been playing all the time. I've just been doing game design stuff and trying to fix again the projects that I was working on game design wise. When I updated to Windows 11, everything exploded. Like the entire Unity engine just started making false, fucked up calls to things that don't exist in Windows anymore. So all of my projects got fucked up except my original prototype game. So maybe we make our own name. Yeah, I'm totally kind of down. Well, okay, I want to actually playing Risk of Rain 2. I was just about to say I'm down to play Risk. And also want to talk about possibly Team Cherry's situation. Dude, I am so down. I mean, you know me, I'm all about video games and game design and all that stuff. I love it. But I have now grown up to the sense where it's not like I want to just, I want to make my dream MMO, right, as my first project. I know that it's not realistic now. But it is realistic to do one day. Like, if I had Team Cherry money, I'd be able to make a game like that. But unfortunately, not Team Cherry, right? We're not Team Cherry. But I would be down to, like, you know, just take some design ideas, work on stuff, see, like, where it takes us. So just, like, make a couple of, maybe work on a couple games jams, just see how we even work together, because I know working with friends might be hard for some people. I mean, I've worked with friends before. I know it's chill and fun. I'm down. And I know you're cool like that. But, you know, if you end up not liking it, it's no worries. Yeah, I was thinking making something small, yeah. But I am, like, trying to work on fixing my computer right now, because the streams have been crashing. It's like the internet's all fucked up. Like, everything's all shit with my computer right now. So that's why streams have been... What did I just click on? I just, like, I just made something. But I don't want to lock you into anything. I always love the idea of working with friends. Oh, and this is like the bronze stuff. It's not that, like, I gotta work alone or something. It's just like that whole, it's like the way I play WoW. Perfect example. I play solo when I play WoW. It's not that there aren't people I can queue up with and get awesome dungeons done, and I know to queue up with people for raid, right? Like, I need people for raid and to do things of meaning when it comes to gearing up. But I play solo because I want to experience everything, but also know that I can do it each individual. No, I want to be locked in. We could be locked in. I mean, we could be locked in like lock-in gamers, but we don't have to be locked in like I don't know. I'll sue you. I don't even know what the fuck the alternative would be. Like, that's like a bad example. Because I don't even think that's what would happen. But no, like, for like a free game or whatever that I would plan on making, it's like there's no money to worry about suing, right? But yeah, that's what I mean by, like, talking about it. Locking in to make game, yes. Locking into contract and unethical stuff, like, I guess that's more of what it is. I don't want to worry about it being like, ha ha ha, I got you locked in. It's more, alright, I gotta go, but text me, pee pee poo poo. I messaged you on Steam. I don't know if you got my message before, but yeah, I'll text you. I got your number. Actually, I hope it's your number. I'll just text you to make sure I still have your number. But yeah, I'm down. Sounds good. You know me, I'm all about game design. I'm just talking game design for like the last hour of stream that I wasn't muted, at least. I did go over everything that I wanted to go over. So, GG's, bro. I'll keep on talking for the intro. Maybe until I get my artifact weapon. This is how we'll go. Pet the doggos for me.
Perfect. Now we just forge the infused anchoring materials into infinite bronze.
Oh. Okay. I might make a druid instead, but it might have to be a night elf, actually. But I did want to just show off the priest, because he did ask. Whoa, that is an insane transmog without the lower half. I am my preferred class specialization. I'm gonna try Holy. Actually, the world needs healers. I'm gonna do Druid. Let's just do it on stream. We're probably gonna have to do everything. For the new outfit. That's gonna be funny, actually, now that because he was talking about waifus. I wonder if I can set it up so that if there are people walking around, like not your warband or whatever, in your houses or something, to have a bunch of people just dressed in like suits and dresses or pajama pants. That'd be kind of funny. Yeah, I guess it would have to be a druid. Alright, real quick. I'm talking about lore. Why the fuck can't humans be shaman? Or why can't humans be druids if Kultirans can be druids and shaman? Right? And Kultirans are humans. Like, they literally were just humans that sailed away. They're just a different... It's like, dude... The only thing that humans shouldn't be able to be right now, story-wise, is demon hunters and evokers. Evokers for the obvious reason, because that shit is a fucking dragon-specific thing. And demon hunters because, story-wise, we're barely just now introducing the concept of training demon hunters in the Alliance and Horde, right? Because Void Elves are going to be demon hunters. So, I understand humans not being demon hunters and humans not being evokers. Humans should be able to be paladins, obviously. Humans should be able to be shaman. And I'll even I'll triple down and swap it. Undead and orcs should be able to be paladins. I don't even play Horde. But start lifting class restrictions, please, for fuck's sake. New transmogs on them, like all that shit. I want to see it. You could just have, like, the troll Zandalari, like the orcs that stayed with the Zandalari for the whole fucking, like, year or expansion. It's like they started worshipping the Loa, like, because they've been with the other trolls worshipping the Loa for their entirety of being on Azeroth as sane orcs, right? Or you can even just make them part of the Silver Hand. Just expand the Silver Hand. I have like that more lore for the Night Elves. Back to the Night Elves, which is what I'm gonna pick. The Night Elves in Legion get hinted at becoming paladins. You make a paladin Night Elf in the Paladin Order Hall. And I was cool, like, I was excited with it. I was cool with it. I think everyone was. It was super exciting. And then nothing ever came of it. Come full circle and make it like, oh, the Night Elf Paladin has gone out and done like the opposite, like the good criticism, like people can do good with religion kind of thing, like even though I'm scientific man and I'm not religious at all, people can do good with religion. Have the Night Elf Paladin be like that example, like she traveled, she actually made friends and diplomatically spread the word of the like the I was gonna say Argent Crusade, but the Silver Hand Paladins, and now like she's just training all of the races in the Paladin Order Hall, right? And that's just a class quest that happens and explains why everyone can be paladins now. If people always ask, why is that? Why can that happen now? Why is this, right? If you just fucking explain it in game with a quest, people just go, oh, okay, that's it, that's cool. There will always be the haters that don't want that shit, but they were gonna hate on it even if you came up with the perfect reason. They just didn't want it because they don't like change, and they didn't actually put any time into criticizing. It's just something different, so they criticize it. If there's no actual critique of like, I wouldn't have done it that way, I would have done it this way, or this is how I would change it so it's done this way instead of the way they currently do it, which is how they write, then I would say something. But I'm not just gonna be like, it sucks. It's like, yeah, it sucks that like Night Elf Paladins should be a thing, but how would you introduce Night Elf Paladins, right? How would you introduce that? Well, don't just make it Night Elves. make it everyone, right? Because the Silver Hand are neutral, so you could do Horde and Alliance. Everyone can be Paladins now, and then Coltirans, everyone's kind of cool. With Mechanomes, right? So you can have like Coltiris and Coltirans, right, working together to make Shaman and Druids in the Alliance side, or just the Earthen Ring. You work with them in Cataclysm, so you can have the Earthen, which is crazy that they're on both factions, right? That's actually cool. I didn't know the Earthen were split, but you can have like the Pandaren and the Earthen, right? Like neutral races. Drakthir, they can't even be Shaman. What am I talking about? But like the neutral races can be Shaman, right? So neutral race, Shaman, teaching people Shaman. Druidism. I mean, you have people on both sides. Again, you have the Cenarian Circle. So it's like everyone can be in the Cenarian Circle, and then you could tie it to the class Order Hall. Make the Moonglade or whatever, the grove that you dream walk to, like just a whole quest happens with the Cenarian Circle moving into there to help hub themselves out into Azeroth to help fix it. Same with the Earthen Ring. They all just have their zones where they come from. I feel like that would be perfect. I just want to be a human that can be everything, but the best way to do that is to allow everyone to be any class. Because we're kind of there already in the story, and the preventing of people from being classes makes less sense. Like High Mountain Tauren should be able to be paladins because Tauren should be our paladins, right? Magar orcs should be able to be paladins because they were literally on a planet overtaken by paladins. Some of them should have been able to be offered an escape and left as a paladin, right? Like the generalization, the way that it all breaks up. Like I know there are people who probably RP that, but it's like the story is actually way less restricted in the classes, right? Like the Earthen and the Dark Iron. Why can't they be druids? They're more attuned to the earth than fucking anyone. They're made of stone, dude. They're literally called Earthen. They're made up of Azeroth, right? It's like no one's gonna be more druidic than the fucking people made up of the planet, right? The people who are like native to the planet and we don't know how they naturally formed from it. Yeah, it makes sense how they're druids, but what the fuck? These guys are literally made up of the material that is the planet by definition. So it's like they should be able to be druids. These guys are aliens. It makes sense that they can't be druids and attuned to the planet that they arrived on because it's an alien planet. These guys are made up of the planet. Right? So again, with the lore and the story, it doesn't make full sense. Death Knights should be able to be anything. Anything Death Knight. How the fuck do we have Vulpira Death Knight? Before we have Earthen Death Knight. Make that make sense. These motherfuckers have been around since Classic. How come they can't be Death Knights? No, I'm just kidding. Maybe it's because they're stone. Never mind. Never mind. I was gonna say, there's only one other race. If they could be Death Knights, then it goes against it. The Mechanomes can be Death Knights. Earthen can be Death Knights. That's my critique. Alright. GG's. I'm gonna call it. Let's at least make the elf. Random. Actually kind of cool. Okay, the name was not taken. I wasn't expecting it to just create that fast. Hold on. I'm surprised that the Void Elves can actually wear the outfit. Because not everyone can. Like humans, it didn't show up for me, at least when I tried. I just went to my bank alt and was like, it would be funny if my bank alt had the armor on, because they're the only one that can really wear it, and they couldn't put it on. So I was like, well, guess I'm making a new character. 1, 2, 3. It's pretty good, actually. Scars from Teldrassil burning. It's actually kind of sick. We got no scars. We gotta earn the scars. She didn't level up yet. Honestly, Night Elves have a reason to be upset, so I'm not gonna change her face. That is not what I was expecting that tab to do. We'll go with the ancient ones. Also, god damn. The hell. We'll put vines on her head. Blades. Chain. Actually, the chains look more like the armor. We'll do the she's gonna look like a noble. Owl markings. None. I think these, the blades, are my favorite. Why don't girls do their makeup like this in real life? No, I'm just kidding. I think if I was at a party and some girl asked me to make out and she had face markings, I would have to. I'd be like, well, you're just cool like that. I didn't know you were chill like that, dog. Just topical conversation. It's a meme. If you had to be here, you had to be here for the story. We'll keep the upset face. Whoa. I was like, I'll go with a noble look, and I'm like, she's just shaggy with leaves in her hair. Okay, maybe alright. We'll get the leaves out. I do love the leaves. Can we do an upset face that doesn't have the... Let's see if we can go upset without disgust, completely fucking disgusted. I think that's a normal face that I go with. Am I crazy? Didn't they used to be able to be more blue? Am I fucking crazy? Is it Death Knights only? Oh yeah, Death Knights add skin colors. Never mind. It's a Death Knight skin color. Valoran. Tayrin? Okay. Just deleting letters to make it shorter as a fantasy name. Okay, she's gonna have a white and purple dress on. We'll go with white for now. And what color are the markings? Purple. Because that's gonna go with the dress. Purple. Because that's gonna go with the dress. Vine color purple. It doesn't show up, but you already know why. I don't need to say it. Thin, thick elf with thick goth elf. I don't think I need to literally say any more words. I think the stream could just end after that. Wasn't the intentional original design, but I was trying to go with what would line up with the cosmetic that we just unlocked.
Your memory loss is certainly unexpected. Help Khadgar while I try to...
Here endure. Stand firm. We must hold the line against the...
But we have to actually get the armor to transmog it though.
And the council has gathered at the city center.
Shoulders.
Clear a path to us.
What is my normal transmog for? This is my usual transmog for her. Like a druid. but this stuff is favorited. Got that. Do we need a tabard? We'll do the other transmog, obviously, but I just want to flex. Where the fuck is it? Is this it? Is this it? Is this it? There's one that's crazy. Hold on, let's see. Is it over at the top? No. I think it's just Demon Hunter exclusive. It is pretty much just what is it? Nipple pasties as an armor set. Like it's insane. That's not normally how I go, as you could tell by the armor I'm trying to sort through. Where's the chest piece? Did it like take it from me? What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, there it is. I was like, where's my armor? That's a druid. That's someone who's running through the forest, beating the shit out of people who are poaching animals. That's a druid. That's a druid. You can't tell me that's not a druid. This is what, if I could design a druid, that's a druid. I don't give a shit. Give me the leaves. Where are the leaves? Bells shatter. Unholy weapon. Heart song. That looks cool as hell. Avalanche. Elemental Slayer. Is that the one with the leaves? Yeah. That one actually has like leaves falling off of it. That's a druid. What about your helmet, actually? Now that's a druid. That's a druid. What is this called? I don't know where the fuck it is. One of these sets has that helmet. This is a druid. But it's the Nighthold. It's a Legion expansion raid, of course. Alright. There's another color helmet I'm trying to find, damn it. Okay, well at least we see what it looks like fully. The thing is, the lighting in these windows isn't the lighting in the game. Like, the character literally looks different. I'll make a full set and the armor matches perfectly. And then I look at my character in-game and I'm like, the boots are a completely different fucking color. What is happening? Go back to the shit I was talking about. Cooldown manager, that's a thing. So okay. This goes here. Oh, it's shift Q. Okay. Now I see what my problem is. I ain't got no gas in it. There we go. And okay. There we go. Druid time. So do I just... Yep. Ah, that's what I'm looking for. And now I'm a bird. Isn't she sexy? No, I'm just kidding. I feel like you have to specify nowadays. People are crazy. Though I will say the new Boomkin is actually cool. I haven't played Druid in a hot minute. So that's cool. And the Druid I do have is Uniting the Isles. The
I don't know what went wrong, or how the Legion was able to breach our defenses, but we must retake the city.
Okay, can I go on? I had the glyph of stars on my character, so I didn't actually see the Boomkin form. And I didn't play them in forever. Help him out a little bit. Help her out a little bit. Mark of the Wild. Okay, so... Thank you.
I've discovered why you have amnesia. When you entered this timeline, you took the place of another you. A hero of
Damn it.
renown. So you have some
Run!
to fill. But remember,
Run!
your own legend. Find him at the
Run!
Time Runner. More Atari, let me know what's going on. Let's get to work.
That's encouraging.
If you're going to play the hero, then you'll need a powerful
There we go.
weapon from this timeline. I can pluck one from its current time and place for you, but I'll need a few reagents to cast the spell.
So this timeline... Many questions. So this timeline that we find ourselves in...
That bent and battered blade has seen exactly as many battles as you think it has.
is one where the infinite dragonflight are cool? Is that what's happening?
Dusty chest. What a waste of valuable knowledge.
Oh, actually, I could go best of both worlds and make a night elf priestess, which is probably the most reasonable thing to do. Though I'm gonna have to make like a bunch of characters if I want the achievements for Legion Remix. See, that's the one I was talking about. That shirt is 90% chest. I swear to God. Nothing wrong with it, it's just, it's crazy. I consider that armor, bro. That's not cloth. I guess it's if it's made of leather. It is leather armor. It's just mostly tits. That's the armor. Her chest will defend her. You can see her tattoos. I feel like, again, me and my brothers were talking about it. There's definitely the argument that obvious, like, sex sells. So, of course, when you have good armor that looks appealing, it's probably going to look attractive on someone if it doesn't look cool on someone. So, it's not, like, a bad thing. That goes back to the censorship we're talking about. You shouldn't be afraid to, like... I was gonna say express yourself, but I mean, I guess it kind, yeah. Even I'm undermining it, but people do view the characters as an expression of themselves, right? Like I self-insert with my characters. 90% of my characters are just me. I guess, yeah, it's kind of the same thing. It's like the opposite end of that, though, when they like make themselves a fantasy character. I'm gonna go Resto. Resto Druid, and see how the shit holds up. Can you do this event as a healer? Is that why there are no fucking healers? I am the spec that I want to play at. So this isn't how it is in original Legion. You don't get your artifact weapon from like a portal by this thing. You're supposed to go through your class order hall quest. But this is what I mean. Like, it's not a bad thing. I'm just saying this is the exact kind of shit I mean of like they changed the game's story to make it more convenient and fun, as well as make it make sense in the lore, because you are playing the game still, right? So it's like that, but if they just merged it all, instead of it being an event and then worrying about how the expansion's gonna do, you have the expansion be like this, because you already know people like this, right? This is what people are playing, this is what people are not just playing, but enjoying. While they're talking about it in trade chat, people are going back and forth, making themselves. I'm noticing some names that were event characters. They went to normal, like they transitioned their character from an event character to normal. So like they're just going to chill in the game now. They did everything they wanted for the event so far, and they've kicked their character off of like the event list, but it all ties to the game's story, which is really cool. They're just back on the normal timeline now. It's weird. It's really weird. It's funnier that I made my first character is another version of my original character that has like 9 versions of himself. So it's like you're going back to the timeline, and then we get there, but there's another version of me there. It's not like how this story kind of gets fucked up because of this. Just because I made my character out of my other character, like because I made the same guy twice, they say when this event is over, you're returning to the normal timeline. But I'm already in the normal timelines. It's like this is one of the only circumstances where the story doesn't really apply to me. But I'm cool. I understand time travel. I can hang with my other self. I'm not gonna get violent. People get violent. People think that a different timeline version of themselves would get violent with themselves. I don't know where that line of thinking comes from. Like, maybe you're a violent person? You think that's what your fucking default reaction is gonna be in a different dimension? But I guess in infinite dimensions, there is one where you're an evil murderer, right? That's just like lunatic, so. In terms of like infinite possibilities, yeah, there is one in the infinity where you're evil, whatever. But the whole point of this timeline thing, the reason, again, with it all making sense and it being a cool story, is it is telling you are going to another timeline, things are changing, and we are working with the Infinite Dragonflight to help maintain the core timeline. Now that shit has moved past like fighting with each other, so it makes sense that there are infinite Dragonflight people lost throughout time where they're fighting for the goals that they have because time travel, right? They didn't get to the point where they've joined our side yet, so if we go back into time to that event where they invade, we will have to stop them because they're an infinite kind of problem. The time travel is weird, but I do like where they're taking the event. It's like the past, present, and future versions of me that I always make a joke about in Dark Souls. It's kind of like that, but on a world scale. There is a different timeline where there's a bunch of different heroes. I think they can also serve my plea to the writers. You are writing the heroes when you should be writing the world, right? What faction is doing what, and what are the heroes as a faction doing against that order, right? What are we doing together, right? Like conjoining our resources or farming together in raid or whatever it is. What are the Horde and Alliance building towards? What are the factions doing against each other, and all of the reputation factions in the game? It shouldn't be just about the characters, right? The characters are cool because the factions are cool, because the factions are tied to the lore. When you try to make new lore off of these characters and forget the factions, no, everyone is going to focus on, like, where the fuck are the factions? You have an entire army at your disposal. Why are you trying to sort this out right now like this, right? Why are you fighting this mob by yourself when you have an entire legion of Death Knights at your disposal, right? Shit like that, you need to make sense of it. Even if it's just take all of the order halls and give them a world to face, right? Now there's just problems of, like, the Twilight Cultists and the Scarlet Crusade and the Defias thugs everywhere. So every order has to deal with all of these problems. So you don't have the question of, why don't I just get 20 Death Knights in here with me, right? Like that. Why do I need any other players of a raid, right? Stop focusing on the heroes that are the player characters, right? Not every person was there at the time. Not every person is contributing to the, like, Warfront effort, right? And it doesn't have to be a Warfront either. It's just, like, make the story, like, the people who fought in the original raids were considered to be factions, right? When we fought Molten Core, it's viewed as the Horde or the Alliance went in there in the story. But when you look at the new stuff, it's like Wrathion and the Champion did the thing, right? It's a completely different writing style and disconnect. The original story and thing that people liked about Warcraft's story was that everyone is included in the story, and it makes it feel like a world because we're all contributing it together. You can still focus on, like, Wrathion and Turelion and all these characters, but through the lens of everything that the players do, everyone is doing that, so it isn't special. You're not a champion, you're not a hero, you're one of the champions doing this cool thing. You're not the only chosen one, which is the biggest problem, I feel like. When they go towards the chosen one path, as opposed to Azeroth is the chosen planet, and the people are special because of their flaws, right? Like Algalon and all that lore. That's where people complain, like, this isn't in line with the lore we've established and fought years in the making, right? It's like, we fought so many bosses establishing that Azeroth is special, just saying that you are special, and all of these particular characters are special, not the forces of Azeroth, not these civilians, not all these... There was a weird transition, and I don't know when the fuck it was, in the story, where you became the hero, instead of the heroes are the people who did the raids. Now it's like, congratulations, you are just part of the heroes, so you're the hero, and you have to do everything for us because we aren't capable. Right? In Shadowlands, it feels that way. Like, we aren't capable, you gotta save us. In BFA, it feels a little bit like that. Like, they have a little bit of agency, but they need you to solve their problems. You take away the coolness from the NPCs you want to make cool, and you take away the coolness from the player character, making them, like, it's like the joke of, like, Magni told me I was special too, right? It's like, no, if you only got there and attuned to the raid, then you are the fucking hero that they're talking about, right? If you never did that shit, then they shouldn't refer to you as a hero that ever did that shit. It's easy to talk about the event and the heroes that took place in there, like Molten Core, and the heroes that fought the, like, Fire Lord, right? And not say it was Aurelian that did it, right? I mean, he wasn't there at the time, but saying, like, it's one person that did it. That shit sucks. And it devalues the hero role, right? It makes the story, like, earning of me fighting through Legion not as meaningful, when in BFA, the people who didn't play Legion are told like, oh, well, you're the hero from Legion, right? It's like, no, they never played through that. You should make the evergreen content the requirement and the thing that makes you now part of the heroes. Like, you're just now, because of time travel or whatever you want, part of the group that was there at the time that helped fix the problem, right? You can't really do that with the raids that you've done, but the older raids and maybe some changing of dialogue and raids are just... I feel bad saying the raids stories are bad now, because it's like they worked on it so hard, I'm sure. But the way that it is different is bad. You make it in the role-playing community and storytelling community, the worst thing that you could possibly get called. You make it like a Mary Sue, right? The character who has no trouble, faces no like turmoil, and there's no pushing past the challenge to become better, right? In the story, like Luke losing his hand, right? There's no challenge, there's no conflict. Then there's no challenge in the game. There's no conflict in the story. You're removing the conflict, right? If the player just gets told they're the hero from all these expansions, then you have problems that you have to catch them up on all this lore, and you have to make them feel like the hero. And if you do the opposite, where it's like the heroes are the ones who did this shit, right? Who were there and raided Ulduar, right? That caused Ronan to do the speech. Then you have people actually giving a fuck and trying to play the game, like to earn those titles by doing the raids, not just getting the title, but including yourself in the people who did that. And if it scales up with you, then it's a current challenge, and it still has appeal, which makes it evergreen. So it's like, I don't want to say the raids are kind of ruined in BFA and stuff, because I do love Legion, and I do love all these things. But Legion, when you're raiding Argus, you're doing it as the Argusian Reach and the heroes and champions of Azeroth, right? There are some moments where they refer to you as the champion, but when you're raiding the Tomb of Sargeras, or when you're raiding Argus, you are kind of moving as a group of heroes, because it's Horde and Alliance saving the world. Just more of that, right? More of like, the heroes are just the ones who did it. It doesn't matter which faction. So that the story makes sense, and you don't have to do the whole, like, previously in BFA, Shadowlands, Dragonflight, and the War Within, right? You don't have to do any of the previously, because if the players want to go explore that shit, because of, like, the way that it's referred to later, like, oh, the heroes that were there during the Dragonflight, right? Or like that kind of shit. Like the heroes that were there during Iridikron. But then when you do the raid, you get a new line of dialogue that was like, remember when you were there and Iridikron did the thing, right? The line of dialogue still changes to acknowledge you as the hero, but not just the only hero. It's just like, remember when you were amongst heroes back in that time? It's like you could still function the game. Like, you don't have to change a line of code. It's just the way that the story is told right now is very, like, we don't worry. Even when we get defeated, we don't have to worry about anything, right? If we have smaller defeats on, like, a home front scale telling, then you don't have to worry about all that shit, right? The catching people up on the lore, why they want to go do it, right? The story is just a good story, so players are going to want to go experience it. The raids are cool titles to earn with good cosmetics, and its current content with the way everything would scale, kind of like in the remix event is the point of reference. So everyone is going to want to go do that shit, right? You earn the titles, and you incentivize them to go play the actual game, and then you won't need things like a Traveler's Log as much. It would be cool to remind them with events like time walking and stuff to go do certain raids and that things exist. But the content will be more evergreen, because you could just do it out of order whenever. Time travel doesn't matter. But it's like, in the timeline where you hadn't done it yet, it's like in Dark Souls. If you hadn't done it, when they're referring to the past events, to you it is a foreign magical event, right? You've never seen it before, and it's cool. There's mysticism there, and then when you do earn the title and go through it, now when they're referring to it, they don't even change the dialogue. Now when they're referring to it and talking about the heroes that did that shit, you feel like you were one of the heroes that did that shit, right? And that is the appeal of Dark Souls' narrative design of, like, they tell it all out of order, but also linearly. So you could play, like, 2 as your first game, go and play 1 and then 3, and the story literally still makes sense because of time travel linearly, right? You're immortal, so of course you're around for all of it, but what were you doing? You have hollowing, right? You don't remember, so you might not remember in order. So you might have done it 2, 1, 3, or 2, 3, 1, or 3, 2, 1, or 1, 2, 3. It literally doesn't matter the order, because the game's narrative incorporates your character's amnesia and you remembering it out of order, right? That is actually a part of Dark Souls. It's hollowing. That's the whole plot point. So it's cool to see people like WoW incorporate that with the infinite dragonflight becoming good guys and shit. But that, I'm just saying, invert that. Don't make it a hand-wavy write-off event thing. Make it the new story and the pre-patch event, and everyone. Let's see. Now it says excellent connection. OBS is being weird. Okay, now we're back. That was weird. Okay, that's a perfect time. I was summarizing the ending thoughts, so I'll just finish up the last little bit and then stream, because the stream is crashing. But I just want more. Just more of this. I think the people should be allowed to make their games. The game developers are doing good. They should be allowed to make the games well without corporate greed or political affiliation that's not in the public's best interest, right? If the populace doesn't agree to it, but the rich elite agree to it, so that's why they want to incorporate it into a game, that shit should not stand. And people, hopefully there's walkouts at Blizzard when shit like that happens to, you know, side with the players as the developers. Remind the corporate greed people that, like, you know, the people you're paying and the people who are paying to enjoy the game are actually the ones with power, not your dipshit decisions because you just want more money or just want to, you know, sports wash your shit. So that's all really important, and why I think it is important to play WoW right now, to voice these opinions in-game to where these people would actually be forced to hear you. If you played WoW, if you don't ever play WoW, never intended on playing it, and say it sucks because of the government stuff, right? They wouldn't listen to you, literally. They're like, well, you're not paying us. You weren't going to pay us. You don't mean anything to us, because they're just listening through money. If you want to boycott them, you have to show them what they're missing, right? You support them when it's good and the people are actually doing good, and then you say, I'm specifically leaving because of these shitty business decisions and you guys should rethink these things. Then they get backed into a corner of, is my political view more important than the capitalist gain society, right? Like, that's where capitalism actually helps a little bit, where I know there's a lot of social commentators who hate capitalism in every form, but that's literally where authoritarianism gets stopped by capitalism, right? If, okay, well, people's voices aren't heard with voting on the polls, but I am the one making the business decision, right? Not the government. The government might be wanting me to make a business decision, but we're going to lose business and go under. Right? That's like their biggest thing. If they don't comply with the demand of their customers. So they have to give into the capitalist part of things, which are the people's votes with their money, and not the just regular. And I will agree, there should be regulation, and socialism helps people all the time, like Social Security, right? Social Security checks for old people. Social. That's the part of it. That's that word right there. It's socialism. So it's like people who side too far with one thing and don't hear out the logical side don't even understand all the complexities that make up these systems, which is very important in game design, understanding systems. But that's why I think it's a futile effort for them to try and get gamers whose stories, right, that they play are all about going against these things, to side with them at all, right? We're not going to side with authoritarianism if everything we play is to go against authoritarianism and proving the point and living experienced in a safe, controlled habitat, right, of the video game digital world. You're not actually a slave in the game, but they can make you a slave, make you feel like this fucking sucks to be a slave, and then you now go into the real world with that experience and knowledge of like, you know, being a slave fucking sucks because of that one time in a video game, which is crazy that that's where we are. But that is literally why governments are investing in these games. They know that they're a powerful art form and communicative tool for ideals like that. But the reason they're good isn't what they think. It's not just good at that. It's good at a specific version of that, which is a lived experience. So you can't make shit up, right? People are going to be like, this story fucking sucks, which is what happens most of the time. They're like, this story fucking sucks. I don't want to play this game. I'm going to go play something else, which is what, again, the capitalist market helps with. When you have indie games that can make their own marketplaces and can sell you their ideals safely without credit card people, they'd even the credit card corporations and the you know, all those banking outlets still have to give in, because if everyone withdrew their money and no one used that bank anymore, they're fucked, right? The government's just going to be pumping money into them until that government's fucked in debt. So, you know, video games are actually really powerful. And not just like, oh, as an art form, they are being invested in by governments because they are shaping the world right now. So Matt Pat just put it best, right? It isn't just a social media market, right? Which is what he compared it to with the whole style theory thing. It isn't a social media market. It's just the market. That's the fucking market now. The market is video games, right? I've explained it before, but I privated the videos because I wanted to make an actual tutorial, but we'll save it for that. And that's the perfect place to end it. Maybe because streams have been so fucked, it is time to just talk about the game design aspects of things. Because my shit keeps crashing. I can't even fucking stream long enough to talk to people about it. So that happens, but I'm going to end it now. And I'm probably going to take a break from playing for a bit, go check on my family, and bake some cookies. That is not code for anything. I'm literally just baking Pillsbury Doughboy cookies. This shit is delicious. There's nothing wrong with having a fresh batch of cookies to share with your family. So, GG's, everyone. Good game for the non-gamers watching.